Bo-Katan don't even show up. And normally I'd praise a movie for having the balls to leave behind the nostalgia and stand on its own merits. The problem is, Mega Man and Galactus doesn't have any. It's so terrified of doing anything controversial that it does nothing at all. It's the very definition of safe, corporatized slop content, the kind of thing you might have playing in the background while you doom scroll on your phone. If it was a meal, it would be a bowl of lukewarm tap water. Even the acting and direction is flatter than Daisy Ridley's chest. Pedro Pascal sounds completely bored and checked out. He's only on screen for a couple of minutes and he puts in zero fucking effort when he is. Sigourney Weaver clearly does not give a fuck about any of this nonsense and phones in the same performance she's given in basically everything else she's done for the past 10 years. It all adds up to a movie made out of obligation rather than desire, a film that nobody really wanted to make, telling a story nobody was interested in, put out by a studio that's completely lost faith in itself and run out of creative ideas. If this was supposed to be Star Wars' triumphant return to the big screen, it is nothing but a damp squib that'll be forgotten in a matter of weeks. And if this is what Star Wars is going to look like under Dave Filoni, well, I would not expect great things in the future. Anyway, that's all I've got for today.
If you're here like rage baiting or objectifying me or really anything like that,
it's a Gundam.
He's sexy without knowing he's sexy, and that's really sexy.
As streaming becomes more prominent in the cultural zeitgeist, staged meetings, drama, altercations, and situations, live streaming has become the fakest thing you can watch. There's more authenticity in a 90s show like Frasier than your average popular live stream. And it's better written to boot. Of the 7 deadly sins of streaming, we're focusing on false sincerity. In the age of rage bait and nuisance streamers, some female streamers have adopted the marketing ploy of sincerity while being hypocrites, infantilizing themselves, morally grandstanding. It's a lot easier to do these things than to be genuinely entertaining. Valkyrie, the rumored girlfriend of Hassan Piker, is the Super Saiyan Blue of false sincerity, to the point of becoming retarded trying to virtue signal.
How old are you? Because I've been thinking about, you know, how young is someone to collab with? You know what I mean? Yana wanted to play games with me, and she's 19. And I was like, even though she's a woman, it feels inappropriate. You know what I mean? You're a 25 teen? Yeah, maybe, yeah, okay, maybe that's...
She's trying so hard not to be weird that it comes off weird. Just play the damn game and act normal for once in your life. God, I wish I made so much money from being average in every aspect of life that not even my thoughts are my own. It reminds me of a picture of Dorian Gray when Lord Henry said,
"The aim of life is self-development. To realize one's nature perfectly. That's what each of us is here for. People are afraid of themselves nowadays.
Even though she's a woman, it feels inappropriate.
They have forgotten the highest of all duties, the duties to oneself. Of course, they are charitable, they feed the hungry, and they clothe the beggar, but their souls starve, and they are naked. Courage has gone out of our race. Perhaps we never really had it at all."
You're a 25 teen? Yeah, maybe, yeah, okay, maybe that's old enough. How old is Arky for reals? Yeah, Yana's 19. She's a beautiful baby angel that can sing and is gorgeous, and she's been wanting to play games, and I was like, man, I just don't know how to, like, maybe if it's like a group thing, and I'm like, what kind of game?
Frankly, the biggest issue in her day, week, or even month is whether or not to play a video game with a 19-year-old streamer. God, I wish those were my problems.
I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely feel too old. Like, seriously. Ben the Dawn is 40 and always collabs with Yana. I mean, I'm not sure who that is, but...
Is that weird?
It's crazy. We say to give a woman power is like to give a gun to a monkey.
Yeah, Ben the Don. He's practically Epstein. He's streaming with her and he's like 40. Oh my god, is that problematic? I don't know. Tell me, chat.
Alright, you see what I'm saying about female streamers? They are the absolute worst, and the root of all of Twitch's problems. Now, I know you might think that I'm being misogynistic, but it's just straight facts. The day Twitch let e-girls get away with not actually playing games, it all snowballed into the shit we have now. Anti-American political streamers that have never been punched in the face even though they so richly deserve it. Socialists and porn stars now run the roost. Boomers got a lot of things wrong, but they had one thing right, and that was keeping communists and sex workers down. They didn't let those two groups of people be seen in a positive light.
Valkyrie reacts to QT Cinderella catching heat on social media.
If that chick catches heat, she deserves it 9 times out of 10. If not, 11 times out of 10. How do you like that?
You ain't lying.
Cutie, I do think your tone doesn't help because you inherently sound really angry all the time. You sound really, and she knows. I was like, you're very blunt. I think it's your tone, you're blunt, and it just comes off poorly, especially, you know, and I was like, you're also the whitest woman I know. And it also is just, you know, you being so white, it doesn't help. It doesn't help, but I know her, I know her heart. It's just because she wants to help.
Shut when you think about it.
Well, that was eloquent. Damn, cutie. Ever thought about not being white?
I'm sure Valkyrie would say that this was a joke. It's her usual defense when somebody clips something she said that's absolutely stupid, and it shows you that she's really airheaded and she should thank the Lord above that streaming existed and Valorant did, or else she'd probably be flipping burgers somewhere.
Probably never having kids. It is what it is. I'm probably gonna play video games for the rest of my life. I'm probably gonna be as hot for as long as I can.
Oh, maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's clinical depression. Hey, listen, depression is not just for the rich and famous. It's also for you poor sluts out there, too.
Anyways, whatever. I'm a fresh auntie. I don't even care about anything anymore. I actually cannot believe how much I love this thing that can't take care of itself. And it made me think, babies truly are so incapable. Like, actually incapable of doing anything except for trying to survive. It's wild. It's actually so crazy. Like, the concept of a baby. It was so cool.
Valkyrie was shocked after realizing babies don't do anything by themselves. Of course I was joking, but you already knew that.
It's not funny at all.
And her jokes, what are they? Where's the punchline? Where's the setup? This is why Hawk-Tuah took off like a rocket when she came out, because that girl at least had a concept of what funny was. And women across the country lost their minds thinking that she was George Carlin for a year, because they finally came across a white woman that could deliver a joke with a kind of funny line. And everybody's like, oh my God, she's a monster talent.
Only to find out that she wasn't. It was just a redneck girl telling you how she sucks off her boyfriend Pookie. Jesus, help me.
Oh, will someone please stop him?
Stop me before I go crazy. Remember when, like, Valkyrie is supposed to be in Minecraft?
And Lord knows all these video game adaptation movies. Could you guys stop, like, going to streamers and putting them in films? We don't need to see these movies. In fact, we're all sick of them. Anyway, she ran her mouth about Jason Momoa to virtue signal on Jason Lewin's show. Her and the rest of these LA streamers, they all circle jerk each other and hang out, and then they give each other their awards. You've seen it, right?
So, Minecraft movie. I have a cameo in the Minecraft movie. It's coming out. I would have to say Jason Momoa.
Really? Aquaman?
I just saw him like mistreat some of the crew, and it was pretty disappointing. It was after a very intense scene, and it was a very emotional scene, so maybe he was still in character. I don't know, but I just was kind of surprised by how he treated like some of the crew, and it was like,
what would he do? Like, he said, give me a coffee.
He was just really mad at them that they weren't doing something right. The way it was like setting up like the shot and stuff,
and so can you imagine how many lives this is going to be saving?
So anyway, she got cut from the film, proving that she has more money than sense. How do I say this? Ever thought of not saying something, girl? It could be a lucrative business move. She probably won't get another job in Hollywood, thankfully, because somebody will realize, hey, she's kind of stupid. She's not rich because she's a big thinker. You know what I'm saying? The lights are on and no one is ever home.
Valkyrie confirmed she was cut from Minecraft, sparking fan speculations tied to her past comments accusing Jason Momoa of mistreating crew.
Jason Momoa could literally drop kick someone working in catering. And if they hired me for the Minecraft movie and signed me for $1 million, I wouldn't say shit. I'd help Jason.
I go over and kick that motherfucker, but didn't you hear Jason said no mayonnaise?
Extra Emily is an interesting case of a 30-year-old woman infantilizing herself to her fan base, doing baby talk segments that one can best describe as pure cringe.
Thank you, chat, for 15,000 subs. I really appreciate it. I never ever thought that I would hit so many subs, so thank you for your support.
What the hell is even that?
Daddy, chill.
And the only way you're into it is if you're one of those people that call themselves a small and you suck on a pacifier. Or you're a really weird dude. And one of her most viral clips that may have started the snowball effect of the Extra Emily train, she was running red lights for the thinking it was really funny. Chat ate it up and the kids loved it. They were like, yeah, go girl, a non-driving Asian, love to see it.
I better see all the pink. Yes. What's this?
Most of you watching are gonna go, the f is that? That's what you deserve. This is who I am. A clown!
Leading to a Twitch ban that lasted about as long as the last shit my dog took, and she became a superstar. She has since become one of the most annoying streamers on the platform, and when accused of botting, she crashed out and took 3 weeks off.
Only to return and annoy normal people trying to live their lives.
This is so ridiculous.
What?
Oh, I'm gonna go here. Time to leave. That was great.
In all of her interactions, she acts like a small child. But during a podcast with the usual rich LA streamer socialist, she admits to going through more bodies than the Predator. I could go into the odd subculture of average-looking Asian women being more sexually promiscuous than an alley cat, but I'd rather be outside, so let's just keep this moving.
I have a note in my Apple folder. It has the list of every person that I've had sex with, and I rank the sex, and
let me see.
I rank the dick. Is that weird?
That's awesome. I mean, it's definitely not normal.
Really? Because I want to remember like my body count and stuff, right? So then I have.
She's responsible.
I have
Can
this
I see
list.
it? Oh my
Yes.
God, that's awesome! I can't wait to see this.
I have this list.
This is high-quality content creation. You know?
Oh my god, that's awesome. It really is. Is it me, or is it strange and erotic that she did this? Not to mention, she needs to keep track of her body count. That means the number is fairly high if you could just randomly forget. LA is such a shithole because people like this are allowed to vote and suffer no ill effects of being poor in such a broken state and culture that surrounds it.
You have been out there.
Wait, really?
Way to
I had a
go.
hoe phase. I had a hoe
Good
phase
for you.
in college.
Nice. Good for you.
Yes,
I'm
I
so
wanted
happy for
to
you.
remember.
Jesus Christ. It's like I am peering into an alternate reality where sensibility is thrown out of the window to congratulate a woman for being used like a public pool. Then she gets on stream and does baby talk.
Thank you, chat. I really appreciate it.
Extra Emily and Sykkuno are perfect examples of streamers turning 30 years old, and when they get caught doing messed up things, they act like an anime character instead of just owning up to what they did.
Bro, I unironically hate LA streamers. If they were a race of people, I would be racist towards them full stop. I'd go full Clayton Bigsby.
Their names, and then I have like the
Some of
sex
these
ranking.
notes are so funny.
Are they thorough?
These are
most men just like really bad? Are
They're
they-
all horrible.
Really?
Maybe I'm
But
picking
you're
the wrong
talking about
men.
like Columbia undergrads, like of course.
Yeah.
Like,
What makes them bad? I'm curious.
inexperienced.
He's gay!
Unique.
Like they don't. Okay, I don't think I've ever finished with a guy.
Do they make an effort to
Oh,
make you
wow.
finish?
so
They
funny.
They try and I just give up. I'm
Okay,
just
so-
like just
But
stop.
let me.
Yeah, and on that point, I'm also giving up because I'm losing brain cells just listening to this, looking at a room of people, all of them are millionaires for being absolute dog shit, and you can quote me on it. Pokimane is the queen of virtue signaling, and being a hypocrite on a level that even makes Darkside Phil seem remotely sensible. In this classic clip, hanging out with Jason the Ween yet again, while on vacation in another country, living lavishly, she exposes herself and him for being the usual brain-dead LA liberals that made a lot of money from doing nothing and have no real basis in reality.
Do you think someday we'll have a revolution like that in America? The wealth disparity is getting bad.
The wage gap, I hate that shit.
I heard it's retarded or something.
No wealth disparity.
Wealth disparity.
And men and women, we love each other.
Facts.
And we hate the rich.
Aren't you the rich?
No!
Wait, Pokimane isn't rich according to her in this clip. I recall her saying otherwise literally like a year or two ago while seething over XQC's contract with Kick.
Nope. No, and it's not because I got like $10 million. It's just because I'm good as I am. Why would I compromise my morals and ethics for more money when I have money? Something about that is so cringe to me personally. Like I understand, you know, if you need to make money, right? For me to do cringe shit when I have I can't. Like, ew.
This sounds like the sort of flex a rich person does. I know Hassan Piker does it, and he loves flaunting his wealth. But whatever, she hates the rich. She really does. Unless it's time to go to a rich person's birthday party, then she loves it. And she loves to give $1,000 gifts.
Hello, welcome.
I hope you don't mind. I had to bring some help.
No, hey, no worries, no worries. Oh my God, the neighbor.
Yo, what's good, bro?
Nice to see you. We met.
Yeah, we met.
The wealth disparity is getting bad, and we hate the rich.
Ironic. The neighbor boyfriend. Pokimane has yellow fever.
Stu, can I say that?
This birthday party stream is the perfect example of the current K-shaped economy that we are living in. And I think California is just the greatest state to show you what a K-shaped economy looks like.
The wealth disparity is getting bad, and we hate the rich.
Oh, she just needs some help with this.
Damn, bro.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
What is it?
It's $1,000 AOT statue.
Oh my God, the Cardi B person.
It's nothing crazy. It's just a chain.
A chain? Oh my God, thank you, bro.
All the way from China.
And we hate the rich.
This is the type of unearned wealth that quickly makes a person lose touch of reality, especially in this day and age, doing a job that literally a chimp could do. This is why Pokimane is hated now, because she's so far out of touch. Her friend base and circle is just as financially and mentally stunted. You ever notice that Pokimane usually takes photos of people that end up doing something really horrible and they get canceled for it or arrested for murder? I don't know, go look into it yourself.
This is fine.
Well, anyway, Pokimane loves to go on TikTok and flaunt her wealth, despite the fact of saying she's not rich. And Mrs. I Hate the Rich was buying all of her assistants thousands of dollars worth of clothing from top brands.
Here's everything I got my assistants to thank them for all that they do. And don't worry, I got something for you too. For assistant number 1, she's a bit older than me and has a really chic and classy look. So I got her these gorgeous Louis Vuittons as a timeless addition to her closet. For assistant number 2, she feels like a little sister to me. She's such a sweetheart and loves cute things. So I got her this adorable Dior wallet and all of these pretty MJ clips. Assistant number 3 just got engaged, so I gifted her this gorgeous embroidered robe that says bride, as well as these beautiful vide poche in bone china. And vide poche means emptying your pockets, so it's perfect for anything you want to store delicately but that you use daily, like maybe her wedding ring. Last but not least, assistant number 4 is such a cool girl, very trendy and has a great eye. So I got her these vintage Chanel ballet flats. I hope she...
And we hate the rich.
We'll just gloss over her having bought herself an engagement ring for like 20 grand right before she found the Asian neighbor that isn't her boyfriend in her high-rise apartment worth God knows how many millions of dollars, because nothing says opulence like paying millions of dollars for an apartment. We'll move on, right? Do you remember when Schaefer V2 did a video on Pokimane's rebranded cookies that silently went off the market for the second time? Well, anyway, after Schaefer's video came out, Pokimane had a rebuttal video on TikTok.
Last but not least, the Cookies Company, which I launched like 2-3 years ago. Unfortunately, the launch for that did not go as we planned, but let's go into the lesson right away. It taught me that what it means to be a content creator is very, very, very different from what it means to be a business owner. There are certain things that most businesses can get away with that you cannot do if you are creator backed. And so as soon as I realized, oh, maybe this isn't the right time for me to be the face of a product, I stepped away from the company and I let them just continue operating as they please. I didn't take any profits, though it was making money, but that would go straight to staff or other investments. And yeah, that was 2 or 3 years ago. I think they might have started winding down since then, but
this girl was wearing white lace gloves. This video was so Marie Antoinette coded, it was insane. Let them buy overpriced cookies. And you know, ironically, her and Marie Antoinette have a lot in common. Oh no, an actual business required work, whoa, and even then she still passed it off to somebody else.
Pokimane says she no longer feels comfortable streaming after constantly being objectified.
One of the stupidest things she said in a hot minute, because the next month she started posting professional photos of herself when she turned 30, in an attempt not to sexualize herself.
I don't want to sound ungrateful saying this, but I just want to say, like,
I essentially want to set new rules in my chat of like what is or isn't okay. Because I want to be very comfortable streaming. I want to feel respected by the people in my chat. If you're here like rage baiting or objectifying me or really anything like that, I think maybe when I was younger, like I would kind of talk shit with the chat a lot more. Like they expect me to still be like the 21-year-old version of myself, which frankly I'm just not.
There's literally like a clip of her shaking her ass that was like a year ago.
But I'll be like, just tell me what you want me to do. I'll be like your little Yes, Daddy.
There's so many clips of her shaking her ass. It's like one of her favorite things to say is ass shaking.
This song makes me want to shake some ass too.
And what about...
This is who I am. This is who I am. Sometimes I want to shake a little ass. For fun. Not for weirdos.
I'm guessing that Pokemon's neighbor wasn't cool with her being slightly sexualized or something, and she had a change of heart. That's usually the only time women will object to objectifying themselves, when they're social media addicts or social media obsessed, and they make their money off of how they look. Good night and goodbye. I have to work on a commission bill to make some real money for a change, so I'm out of here. We're cutting this short. I can't take it anymore, Stu.
got you covered. Laying down covering fire. got you covered. I've got you covered. Here we go. I've got you covered. Yeah, I'll go, yeah. Ah! Shit, we're getting poked. I've got you covered. Here we go. Laying down, covering fire. I got you. Go, go. Laying down covering fire. Today just got interesting.
Alright, it's another encrypted data packet. Keep going and find the rest.
go, I got your back. I'll cover you. Go, I got your back. I'll cover you. I got you covered. I got you covered. Go, I got your back.
warning of escape is unacceptable, damn it.
What the hell? People don't just disappear. What's begun?
What role in the Middle East again does Israel play in this?
Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that will be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations and we come together as one humanity, as government.
Right.
And I'm telling you, unless the American people wake up and stop it, starting in about 1996, the Battle of Armageddon will become a reality.
Welcome to Liberty Lockdown. This is Clint Russell. Thank you for tuning in once again. Tonight is a big one. We've got Owen Schroyer of the Owen Report, as well as Harrison Hill Smith of the American Journal / InfoWars. These are two of my favorite analysts out there. I don't call them commentators because I think more than just being commentators, they are analysts. They actually dig into these things. They do the research. They both trained under Alex Jones, so obviously they approach things in a similar fashion, and I feel as if I'm kind of in that same vein. So I'm thrilled to have these guys. What I'm calling these episodes, where I have two like high-profile America First panelists, are like the AFAFO panel. That's what I'm going with. AFAFO, America First and fucking only. The first one was obviously Dave Smith and Ian Carroll. This one's going to be Owen Schroyer and Harrison Smith. I will always be the constant. I'm working on getting Anna Kasparian on. I'd like to have Nick Fuentes on. I'd like to have a whole bunch of people. So if you guys enjoy these episodes, all I ask is that you subscribe, because I'm about to hit 100,000 subscribers, and that you share the episodes around, clip them if you find anything compelling and worthwhile, and just try and help get traction, because I think this is our opportunity to create a moment. We have a fleeting window by which we might be able to make some real change, as everybody has kind of unified around the concept of putting our country first. I know that shouldn't be novel, but sadly it is. Anyways, without further ado, enjoy the rest of the episode and the AFAFO roundtable.
I'm not going to sit here and feel bad for the guy going around trying to start shit and then finds it. But at the same time, I also don't think that we should embrace this idea that there's a word that justifies violence. I don't like that either.
Well, exactly right. And that's what Harrison was telling me about just before we started. He said there was a kid in Canada who got stabbed. Well, go ahead, Harrison, you tell us.
Yeah, did you hear about this one? He got stabbed by an Indian guy, a Sikh guy. He's walking home at night, 11 o'clock. He's a little tipsy. He's walking home, Snapchatting his friends. This Indian dude jumps out, stabs him with an 18-inch knife. The kid is running away, tries to climb over a fence. The Indian guy chases him down, pulls him off the fence. The cops show up. The Indian guy goes, "He called me a racial slur." The cops put the kid in handcuffs. He's been stabbed. And they leave him in the street, and he bleeds to death in handcuffs. They don't give him any medical aid, and he dies right there because the Indian, psychopath claimed that he called him a bad name. So that was my thing. Is I was like, look, I don't care what you think about Chud the Builder. This is the trajectory we're on, and we gotta establish right now words do not overreach violence. It's insane.
Yeah.
Unless we want to end up being South Africa, I have to agree. And I think that.
And you know what's funny though is these weaponized words. Of course, these have been politicized too. Now it's more of a demographics type of politics than actual policy stuff. But that's what it is. There's certain words that are. It's like you can say any sort of a racial slur against white people, and there's nobody's ever going to justify, using violence in response to that. Quite frankly, I kind of find it funny. Whatever anti-white racial slurs, I kind of find them hilarious. But Harrison,
I find it endearing.
You and I, what's crazy is you and I have actually been through this where we've been to events, and I'll be filming, and they'll start, making just crazy racist claims against me because I'm white. I never responded with even a thought of violence. I would laugh and engage in conversation. And then there's been other times where it's been political speech. Specifically, the most egregious offense was when you were spat on And I don't know who he was aiming at, but he spat. I mean, he hawked a loogie right, in your face. It was disgusting. And the police saw the entire thing. We showed them video of the entire thing. I'm sorry to be graphic with the reminder here, but I mean, you had the damn loogie on your hand showing the loogie to the police. And they didn't do anything. They said they didn't do anything. They didn't do nothing. And so it's this weird thing where it's like, well, it just shows how it's all a psyop. It's all a psyop that somehow, and look, there's reasons why, certain words offend more than others. But at the same time, it's like, it's all a psyop, and it all stems from the trauma-based mind control. That's what it is. It's trauma-based mind control. And that's why they want to have these words that they use to justify violence, because they want to commit violence.
There's also the weird connection to the fact that Sebastian Gorka is out there, national counterterrorism advisor, going, some words do arise to the level of violence, right? So it's like we're getting it from both sides. The people at the top are going, well, some words are actually violence, and at the bottom, people are just too low impulse control to realize words aren't violent. So
but we know where Gorka's coming from.
Right. Well.
Yeah. Zionist side.
Yeah. But it's a feedback loop. But they share. They share this.
I was actually thinking about this a couple hours ago. These are the weird things that I think about. You guys are like me, so you'll probably get it. I was thinking about how the woke environment over the past 20 years created reactionary movements of white people on both the left and the right. Basically, the split was, I'm afraid of being called racist, and I'm afraid of being assaulted, so I'm going to become a Democrat. And then there was the people who just leaned into it and started to take on the identitarian role, like recognizing that it was an inevitability, that it was being pushed on us, even though like our generation was raised, I mean, you guys are a little bit younger than me, but still same broad generation. We were raised to be colorblind. Like we were the most colorblind generation that had ever existed. And then one day we wake up in like, I don't know, 2012 or 14 or whatever it was. And it's like, oh, no, actually, this is very much not a colorblind civilization. And out of survival instincts, many of us opted to go more right wing, and we're like, all right, well, now we have to group up. And I know you've been talking about this a lot as of late, Harrison, and I always have, because of my upbringing, I always have an instinctual aversion to it. I always have this, like, I genuinely am an individualist. I genuinely do not see people as like, I see a white American guy and I'm like, you're my brother. Like, that's not how I see things. So we were talking before the show about the Chud the Builder assault, or, attempted murder potentially is the charges he's facing. I struggle to want to defend that guy, because it's like, I don't want to go out and do things like that. But at the same time, I recognize that if you don't defend this guy, then saying a no word is now a death sentence in America, or a life in prison sentence potentially.
And it already is to a certain degree. And I think you're right about this dichotomy of, you either go one way or the other. But I think for the left, it's almost a weird inverted white supremacy. And I don't even think they realize they do it, but it is this like, oh, we can't talk about race, we're white. We don't want to make the others feel bad. Or this like, oh, the poor black people, they need help, we can't insult them. And so for me, I approach it from just like, no, they're human beings. They can make their own decisions and have to be held accountable for them. Like it's not actually that, complicated to me. It's just like, treat people in the way they deserve to be treated, I guess you could say, or treat them in the way that you want to be treated. And, I also grew up, as I'm pretty sure Owen did as well, in a very multicultural environment, right? I was never a majority throughout middle school or high school. So I didn't grow up with like surrounded by white people. I was often like the only white guy in class. And in those environments, you learn like race isn't really that big of a deal. It's just like, what's up, white boy? What's up, black boy? It's just like that's just how it is. And you just don't, infuse it with like all of this like unnecessary or just wrong context that people impose on groups. I am an individualist, and I think that's the best way to treat the situation, honestly.
Yeah, I just feel like it was not even an issue, right? It's like, it's so hard to even put into words how it wasn't even a thing, right? It's like, how do I explain something that was nothing? It's like, I can't, this stuff didn't exist. And I think if there is a period of time, it's like, when did we get back to this state of like a racial identity crisis or some sort of like I need to identify with my race, and then whatever the color of my skin, that then determines, X, Y, and Z for my future. I have to think that it happened with Obama. I feel like that's when the left kind of got really into the identity politics, was celebrating Obama, the first black president. And then they kind of started to go into this identity politics age, this identity politics stage. And I think we're still in it. I'd like to think we're in the final phases of it. I'd like to think that if they tank Odyssey, if Christopher Nolan tanks that movie, which is going to be a huge budget film, and I'll be honest, I'm a big movie buff. I'm a big movie critic. And when they first started talking about what they were going to do, I was really excited because the reason why people prefer 80s and 90s movies is because you used to actually have to go out there and nail a scene. Like, you actually had to go out there. They would crash a car, they'd blow up an object, and you'd have to go out there and fucking nail a scene. Well, now it's just all deceptive editing. It's all CGI. And so when they were first talking about this, they're like, no, we're going out on a ship. We're going to go out on the ocean. It's going to be rainy and stormy. We're going to be in the elements. And I was like, okay, this is going to be a good movie. Like, this is going to be something worth seeing. And then you see what they're doing with casting, and it's just like, okay, hopefully we're in the death throes of this. It's like, didn't you see it with Snow White? Didn't you see it with The Little Mermaid? And I don't know, maybe they think it was worth it. Maybe they don't. But it's just like, none of this existed before Obama. I don't know. It's like, how do you explain a thing that wasn't a thing? Because it just wasn't a thing. I don't know. Nobody thought about race when I was growing up.
I got a good story in high school. I'll say N-word this time, but we had friends that were on the football team. So they'd hang out with the black kids, and the black kids would assign you how black you were, and they would assign you a certain number of N-words a day. And so my friends, at the end of the day, if they hadn't said any N-words, would go up and go, N-word, 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 peace, and it was literally a joke. It was literally funny. Nobody cared. Black kids thought it was funny. The white kids thought it was funny. I mean, that really is how it was when we were in high school not that long ago. But you've seen the Occupy Wall Street correlation, right? That identity politics was, I think, a direct response to Occupy Wall Street. I think it really was as clear cut as oh crap, the hoi polloi are gathering together to attack us. Let's split them up along racial lines. And you immediately had that major media push.
And let's connect those dots a little bit more, because maybe the younger audience won't remember this as well as we do, but the Occupy Wall Street was a direct reaction to the 2008 collapse and bailouts, and it was basically a recognition by the American people that, there's institutional power that's going to bail out the wealthiest and most powerful amongst us, and everybody else is, it's capitalism for the poor.
covering fire. I got you covered. I got you. Go, go. Boy, I got you covered. Go ahead. I'll cover you. The day just got interesting. Go ahead. I'll keep them occupied. I'll cover you. I'll keep them occupied. Go ahead. I'll keep them motherfuckers.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us. the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has placed visitors. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Are you here? All right. Buckle up for episode number 1092 of the... Paul Leslie Hour. You're
as much a recipient of the benefit as the audience.
And we were really organized. And most of you know Shelley. So, hi.
And it's socialism for the rich. And that recognition led to a class struggle or a class identity that people started to take in and recognize. And they started to come together left, right at the bottom, looking up at the top, which is exactly what the Marxists want us to do. But they do have a fair argument that there is an oligarchy. There obviously is institutionalized power that protects the biggest businesses. And then, as you said, 2012, Dave Smith has made this point many times. It's just like racism, sexism, homophobia. It just hits the airwaves. So my view on it is that it got institutionalized through academia in the 90s. I mean, obviously it started before that, but like it started to push. And then by the 2000s, you started to have kids that were graduating after having imbibed of that trash for, many years. And then you have Occupy Wall Street, then corporate America, then BlackRock, then the WEF. Then they all start to institutionalize it. They started to make it a mechanism. This is my kind of expertise as a finance guy, was the ESG, racket was to force every Fortune 500 company and every major corporation across the fucking world to take on the ESG framework. A big portion of that being diversity, right? Which is racism training and all this stuff. So it's very high level, very, very high level. And
I remember when I got to college, and I guess it would have been fall of 2008. I remember they would make you go through these orientation things. It's like, okay, don't do drugs, wear a condom. And then they would have the race baiting stuff. And I do remember that when I got to the University of Missouri, Columbia, I do remember that was part of the orientation, was like, oh, take this quiz on how to not be a racist. And I was like, what in the hell?
I graduated in 2008. So I literally got out of there right as the doors were being locked behind me and you were trapped. So I'm very sympathetic. It sucks.
No, it's gotten so much worse. I mean, it really hasn't slowed down very much. I know there's been some effort to roll back ESG even, and when BlackRock says, ESG is not the greatest thing, all that means is we've achieved our goals with that. We can go ahead and drop it. But it really hasn't been dropped anywhere. I mean, it's still just as prevalent everywhere I see it. And it's crazy that it does all come from the banks. The censorship comes from the banks. If you look back at Patreon, some of the first people to ban people outright for off-site behavior, they sort of made a mistake. I think it was Andrew Anglin or somebody they kicked off first. And they sent him a letter going, hey, MasterCard is making us do this. So it's the censorship came from the banks, the movies being cast like they are, that's BlackRock and the investment companies saying, hey, you got to have, diversity. Obviously the Oscars now have diversity requirements. So this is absolutely a top-down push, which the irony is that all of the actual communist, socialist, radical leftists fight the power people. Do they not realize that it's all literally being dictated to them by the people they think they're fighting? How do they reconcile that in their brain? Because it's completely baffling.
I'm done trying to reach those people. As soon as they said you have to take a forced injection from the largest, most powerful, most protected corporations on Earth in 2021, I was like, and this was the actual the basis for Rage Against the Machine. I was like, it's over. It's over. They've destroyed my youth, some of my favorite music. Fuck you forever. I do want to talk to you guys a little bit about the Iran situation because, as I was saying earlier about how ESG was a very high level scheme to basically, protect the powerful institutions. I do feel as if, I try and steelman this argument because some of my friends like Tim Pool, Phil Labonte, the Timcast IRL people, they are constantly trying to portray the Iran war as not exclusively an Israel thing, that this is about China. I personally think that the argument is dog shit, and I think that it's so obviously in Israel's interest, 98%, and it's also really, really dangerous and ultimately jeopardizing the dollar reserve status by allowing for the Strait of Hormuz no longer to require, the U.S. dollar being the trading mechanism through that water. So can you guys give me a steelman argument in defense of the Tim Pool, Phil Labonte worldview? Do you think that there is any legitimate argument that Venezuela and Iran and whatever other shit we're about to do is all about China, and this is not actually Israel calling the shots?
Owen, you want to take this one? You want to steelman this?
I will, because I'll make an attempt at it, and I think that you guys both know how I feel about this foreign policy, and so this isn't really changing my opinion. But I'll play the role here. I think that when you study how President Trump runs his own public communications, you do have a good sense that he will do a bunch of shit just to distract from what he's actually trying to do. He likes to keep people off balance. He likes to keep people guessing. Now, this might be a reach that what's going on in Iran is part of that, and if that is the case, that's kind of a deadly thing. I mean, you're literally playing with people's lives, but that is a psychology thing. When you get involved in politics, when you get involved in the military, when you reach a certain level of wealth, all of a sudden these things become trivial to you, including life, literally, including life or death. These things become cannon fodder to you. So it's hard for normal people to relate to that. Again, I'm not defending that, but to kind of create this argument. I think that what we're going to have to see, there's no doubt, I would say it like this, two things can be true. There's no doubt that as far as a direction is concerned, this is all about Israel. It's all about Israel's interest in the Middle East. It's all about Israel's influence over our Congress and our foreign policy. I think that is undeniably true, and anybody that doesn't want to grapple with that is just in complete denial of reality. So even if you want to go with this argument that, hey, this is all about a larger picture issue in the global economy, in the struggle against China, in the trade war, okay, that can be true too, but let's not ignore the fact that the foreign policy and what's been going on in the Middle East is being directed by Israel and is being run on the beneficiary, as the beneficiary is Israel. So I think that two things can be true. What we're going to find out maybe soon, I don't know. We'll see what happens when this trip to China is concluded. But I do think that Trump is making a gamble here. And let's just hope that he has his wits about him and he's got the right cards in his deck to make the right moves, and hopefully this gamble pays off. But that is the gamble. The gamble is we're risking the United States status in the world of a moral country. We're risking the United States status as far as the dollar being, the almighty dollar. We're risking right now even an energy crisis. And so if this is Trump's big gamble, and if Iran is part of it, this is maybe the biggest gamble we've ever witnessed in the history of our country, at least in our lives, in our short lives here, in its 250 years. So I think that two things can be true. I think it could be true that Trump does have a larger picture issue and Iran is a part of it. But just because that's true, I don't think that changes the fact that the foreign policy in the Middle East, and specifically this war in Iran, is 100% for Israel.
Today's episode is brought to you by our friends over at Zippix Toothpicks at ZIPPIX toothpicks.com. Use promo code CLINT10 to get 10% off. What is Zippix? I've had these guys as a sponsor in the past. I'm a huge fan of their product. Actually helped me cut back on vaping. If you are a smoker, if you're a vapor, this is a good alternative. It's a good way to start to cut back, in my experience. Not making any medical claims, but these are toothpicks that are essentially laced with a low level of nicotine. It's enough to take the edge off. It's enough to basically keep you from picking up the vape pen all the time or picking up the cigarettes all the time. I think that they're a great product. They're American made. They're veteran owned. They're just a great company. Now, obviously, since it's a nicotine product, you must be 21 years or older to order. And a warning, nicotine is in fact an addictive chemical. So don't get addicted. Go to ZIPPIX toothpicks.com. Use promo code CLINT10 for 10% off. They come in a bunch of different flavors. It's a great product. You'll love it. Check it out. The apocalypse is obviously coming, so I would recommend getting your lungs in better shape. And this is advice to myself too. ZIPPIX toothpicks.com, promo code Clint10. Yeah, I'm gonna clip this and send this segment to Tim because that was a much nicer way of arguing basically what I've been trying to I don't know, telepathically transmit to Tim since I haven't been on the show in a long time.
But here's the problem. Here's the moral issue I think that we have with this. I could never do it. I could never let people die for some political agenda, right? And it seems like if that's the mindset, if that's the belief here, which okay, fine, you believe that, and maybe you've looked at the circumstantial evidence and you've reached that conclusion. Well, you have to admit then we're paying with people's lives. I mean, we're paying with hundreds of thousands of dead people for this agenda. And so if you're going to go with that, can you at least admit it's immoral? Can you at least admit at some level it's wrong to do that?
Well, and I think that, Trump's audio clip when he was leaving for China, where he said, look, I don't think about the American people at all, right? I don't think about the economics at all on this. That only makes sense if he, and maybe he's just faking it, but if he genuinely believes that it was a choice between like, hey, the economy might crash, but if you don't do this, 100 million people will die. And obviously, I don't believe that that's the case. And I think he probably was presented intelligence like that. And it's almost certainly completely fraudulent intelligence. But that's like the only thing that makes that make sense, right? Willing to sacrifice 100 lives because you genuinely think you're saving 100 million makes perfect sense. And even, it's like, okay, if my daughter's about to get hit by the car and I run out there and scoop her up, like you being like, wait, you're going to lose money doing this. I'm like, just shut up. I'm saving the world. I'm saving my daughter here. Like, so that's the only way that this makes sense. But again, it's ridiculous because we know the intelligence is fraudulent, and we know, again, it's like it's actually frustrating that we have to constantly like remind them, like the Secretary of State said it was Israel, the president said it was on behalf of Israel. It's absolutely
down the line.
And then they put out, was it who put out the actual print statement that said we did it for Israel? I mean, they actually put out on the letter.
The Pentagon. Yeah.
Pentagon.
Was that the State Department?
And then you have, I'm not sure who it was, but I know, but they actually did put it in writing. But then like the ceasefire and, Israel keeps bombing Lebanon. So it's like, it's reinforced over and over again. It's completely absurd. And, the idea that Trump is like using this sort of madman theory psychology, like, Richard Nixon did, I have to laugh because it's like, okay, you're supposed to pretend to be crazy. You're not supposed to actually do the crazy thing, right? Like in the Odyssey, in the book, The Odyssey, it starts off with Odysseus. He doesn't want to go, but he knows they're coming to ask him, and so he pretends to be crazy to try to, make them be like, oh, Odysseus is crazy. Let's not have him in the war. And so he's doing all this crazy stuff, and I love Greek myths where it's like he yoked an oxen and an ass to the same plow, and it's like he's crazy, he's insane. So he's plowing his field and he's throwing salt down, crazy thing to do, planting salt in the field. And so the guy who came to recruit him takes his newborn baby, Telemachus is like 2 months old at this point, and puts him in the path of the plow. And so, of course, Odysseus goes around Telemachus and he goes, see, I knew you weren't crazy. If you were really crazy, you wouldn't have known that was your kid. You would have run right over him. So Donald Trump is doing the Odysseus thing, but then he's running over the baby. And it's like, well, you're supposed to pretend to be crazy, not actually do the crazy thing and actually start the war with Iran. That was stupid.
I agree. I agree that like that would have to be the rationale, right? You would have to convince yourself that I am genuinely saving the world from being nuked. But if you know that Iran didn't have a nuclear weapons program, which is a fact, they did not. They were increasing the potency of their uranium, but it's like that was it. It was a late in the turn. Anyways, my read of that is either Trump has lost his mind and he deserves to be 25th Amendment and thrown out because he's just as crazy as Biden, because he's buying a bunch of narratives from what looks to be Bibi Netanyahu that's just lying through his teeth, and there's no reason that he should buy that. Or alternatively, he is so deeply compromised that there's no autonomy. I can't get a read on who this guy is anymore. And I know you guys are much longer term, supporters of his. I basically broke down and voted for him, decided to vote for him 1 week before the election in 2024. So I am Sally come lately. You guys are like OG. I would like to understand how the OGs are perceiving Trump's outlook. Is it kind of universally accepted that he is just compromised? Is he mentally ill? Like, what is your read?
It's a great question. Owen, I think you sort of turned on Trump maybe before I was really there. What was the thing that sort of pushed you over the edge?
Well, I'd have to go back. I remember it was spring, summer last year. It was the trifecta. It was the strike one, strike two, strike three, you're out. And it was, they ended Doge, called the Epstein files a hoax, and then bombed Iran. And that was like strike one, strike two, strike three, you're out. And then for me, from moving on from that, it was like, okay, clearly directionally, this is not the direction we thought it was going. And the difference between second administration and first is that there isn't another one coming. This is it. We have a finite amount of time. The buzzer is going to go off here, and that's it. And I feel like this is something that is not being properly understood by the current support system that Trump has, current MAGA system that Trump has. It's like they've completely forgotten that, hey, there's going to be a world after Trump. And if you think that Trump is this great political hero that you're making him out to be, you got the time running out. And you have to go back to New Year's Eve when Netanyahu was at Mar-a-Lago, because to me, that was the moment that solidified that as far as the MAGA agenda was concerned, they don't give a damn. They're done with it. And they said, okay, we've got, let's say, 12 months. The midterms are coming up. The numbers don't look good. Looks like the Democrats are going to win. We can all imagine what happens in that case. And so instead of Trump sitting down with his base, instead of Trump sitting down with his constituents, he sat down with Netanyahu, and they prioritized the war in Iran. And that's when they completely abandoned the MAGA agenda, because they realized our time is a lot shorter than we thought. We have to get all of this done before the midterms. And they abandoned the MAGA agenda, and they went all the way with the war for Israel. So I think that was it was like it began spring, summer. We saw directionally it was bad. And then after New Year's, that was like, no, it's not just bad. It's over. It's over.
Yeah. And it's the 1-2 punch, right? It's you're not getting what you want, and Israel's getting everything they want. I would be okay with Israel getting some of what it wanted if I was getting what I wanted. And you have to wonder why they didn't do it that way, because it actually would have worked out better for them. If they had been doing mass deportations and they happened to slip in there and, deport some of the students that had written, pro-Palestinian essays, we probably wouldn't have noticed, and it would have been like a kind of fair trade-off. I'm against that, but yeah, hey, we're getting rid of everybody.
Shut up about it.
But Harrison, it's because Netanyahu has his own clock ticking too. Netanyahu has his clock ticking down as well.
That was the next thing, is that for Israel, you want to talk about a gamble. They have gone all in on this, right? They know how they look, and they know that 5-10 years from now, the vast majority of Americans are going to be anti-Israel, so we're going to cut them off. So they have really installed for themselves a deadline. Like, if they don't have this series of wars, series of conflicts cascade and eventually culminate in the overthrow of Iran, and once that happens, they're the hegemony, they're the hegemonic power in the Middle East. They will dominate, and it will all have been worth it, right? Because they'll have Gaza, they'll have Lebanon, they'll have Iran, and they'll have whatever the hell else they want, because who's going to stand up to them? But if they don't get Iran here, what do they have? 5 or 10 years before aid is cut off, and they're on their own and they can't survive. So they've done it to themselves, really. But by doing what they've done in Gaza in such a public and horrifying way, they've sown the seeds of their own destruction. And so they put themselves in a situation where they have to pull out all the stops. So I don't know what Netanyahu said to Trump, but I don't think there was anything. There were no holds barred. There was nothing they're holding in their back pocket. Now is the time they have to get this done from the perspective of Israel.
I think we've all analyzed this the same way, that because America's support is down to a third of Americans even perceive Israel to be an ally at this point, which means 2/3 don't. It's over. Like, it's in terms of public support, it's over for Israel. So, but that being said, it hasn't stopped them from still marshaling their forces, deploying immense capital, threats to get rid of MTG, $25 million to try and oust Anas Masih, which I want to talk to you about this in a bit, Owen, because I know you had him on your show today. And there's always this there's this retort from people that it's like, well, because the favorability of Israel is so low, it's 5 to 10 years, it's over for them. So that this clock is wound down. They got to do X, Y, Z right now. This is their best chance. This is their only chance. It's their last chance. They got to go. I'm not so sure. Like, what makes you confident that to me, it just seems as if they are not behaving in a way as if they actually intend to give up power no matter what the public thinks about it. I mean, there's no approval rating for this fucking war in Iran. They're just doing it anyways. They don't even do false flags anymore. They don't propagandize us. They don't do shit anymore. They just go. It's horrifying. And then I tie it into the AI, the Panopticon that they're rolling out. I'll do the Alex Jones voice. I mean, it just feels as if our opinion does not matter anymore. That's what it feels like.
Absolutely. I think they're collapsing America. I mean, they say they're collapsing America, right? If you know, the Eighth Front War, it has these people who are billionaires and they're going, yeah, I'm taking all of my money out of the dying empire and I'm taking it to the rising empire, Israel, and I encourage you all to do the same. So they're bemoaning or they're, commenting on the decline of the American empire while being the engine of that decline. They are the ones removing the money. They are the ones investing in Israel and not America. And then they're pointing at America and going, look, it's declining. We got to go over to Israel. And I mean, Sebastian Gorka said the same thing. I mean, the head of Tikva Fund is basically like, hey, we had a nice little we Jews had a nice little vacation here in America, but that's over. And it's time to, claim our destiny and not see ourselves as American anymore. I mean, that's basically exactly what he says. So that's the message that's going out to a lot of Jewish Americans. It's like, hey, time to, we're crashing the boat. So, hop on the escape raft while you can. That's the message I'm getting from the elite that I listen to.
Well, and on that subject of America's decline, it was a big story in the media today that Xi Jinping told Trump that America is a nation in decline. And there's like this outrage, right? There's like this outrage from MAGA. It's like, oh, how dare he, and all of this stuff. And it's like, this is one of the biggest issues I have in politics, and it goes both ways. But right now, it is the right wing that is doing this. This is one of the biggest issues I have in politics, and it's consistency or the lack thereof. Trump, on his campaign, said America was a nation in decline. I mean, how many times did Trump say that on his campaign? Nobody denied it. That was kind of like the agreement. It was like, hey, we're in decline. We need to fix this. It's like the same thing. If you remove some singular subject politically and you're just having a general discussion about America, everybody agrees. It's like the country's heading in the wrong direction. All the polls indicate this. Every conversation you have, left, right, it doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, America's going the wrong direction. We're seeing the decline. We're seeing the decay. But then it's like when you actually try to address it, all of a sudden, it's like they didn't say it. It's like all of a sudden, it's like, oh no, things are great. Whether you're talking about foreign policy, whether you're talking about domestic policy, fiscal policy, all of this stuff. And now today, it's like, oh my gosh, how could Xi Jinping say it's decline? We're not decline. It's the golden age. It's like, you guys just said it was in decline. We all agreed it was in decline. And yet, and you witnessed this just a few days ago, Clint, when you actually try to hold their feet to the fire on this notion and say, hey, we all agreed when we voted for Trump that the nation is in decline. Tell me how it's been turned around. Tell me, show me the metric, show me the attitude, show me where America is on the rebound and going the right direction. And all the Trump administration can say is, well, we took a detour in Iran. Okay, well, we all know what that translates to. So in other words, we haven't turned it around. We are still declining. That agenda to reverse that decline, it's not happening. And that's why I point back to New Year's Eve. That was to me, that was the moment where they decided we're going to let America decline and we're going to save Israel. And then we'll see what happens in the midterms.
And again, it goes back to the idea of like, we're not getting what we want and they're getting what they want, because, especially when it comes to the Iran war versus deportations and the idea they're like, well, it's a little, it's not very popular to do the deportations. We can't be doing that in a midterm year, but we are going to start a new war in the Middle East because, who cares how unpopular that is? It's just like, all right, clearly you do not care what the American people think. I think you're dead on the money, Clinton. I think this is across the Western world. I mean, you see Europe as well. They vote for no more migration. They get more migration, whether they like it or not. So, yeah, they really do not give a damn about what the people think. I think they're making that abundantly clear.
Well, what's fascinating is like, from my perspective, I get why the government doesn't give a fuck what the people of Europe think. They're all disarmed, But we're like we're the most armed population in human history, like for real. And they don't give a fuck what we think. Sorry,
let me take that back to Iran. And I think that this is a fair conversation that I don't really hear anybody having, and yet it always creeps into my mind. And so I want to actually bring this up now. And actually, Clint, I started to go down this direction on that debate panel this weekend, but I couldn't really get there. It was a little too, there was a lot of white noise going on. So we have a Bill of Rights, okay? We have a First Amendment and we have a Second Amendment. And while these two things might have some interpretive debates, I think we have a general consensus that, hey, you have a right to self-defense and you have a right to speak. Okay. So that is the law of the land, but it's also kind of it's like the spirit of our country. It's like the soul of our people. So yeah, it's a law, but it's also like a belief. It's also something that it has like more than just it's down on a piece of paper. Okay, so why am I saying this? Because if this is something that we actually believe in, if this is something that right-wingers, conservatives, Republicans actually believe in to the degree that they claim to when they're campaigning or talking politics or debating the left, I'm just asking, why don't those standards apply to Iran? I think it's a fair question. If you believe in the right to self-defense, why doesn't Iran have the right to self-defense? Do you, as an individual, do you have the right to determine what is right for your self-defense? Of course, right-wingers, conservatives, Republican voters are going to say, yes, of course, I have the right to determine what is right for my self-defense, right for my family's self-defense. That's up to me. Well, how come that attitude doesn't apply to Iran? Oh, well, they're bad guys and they're this and they're that. Well, okay, let's say, all right, fine. Let's say that you even believe that. Would you say the same thing about an American? Well, that American over there is bad and he doesn't deserve a firearm. So is that where we're going? So I don't know if you guys would consider that a stretch. And obviously Iran isn't America. But my point is, like, to me, it just seems like it's a double standard or it's an applied standard. And that if you don't understand that, hey, from Iran's mindset, if they're really trying to have a nuclear weapon, it's an act of deterrence, like a North Korea, like a Russia, like a Pakistan. This is an act of deterrence. If you genuinely are going to sit there and tell an entire country of people that they are not sovereign, they are not allowed to decide what they want for their own self-defense, do you really believe in the Second Amendment? Maybe that's a reach, but I can't help but this thought always comes to my mind when I hear that.
Well, it's a shift from negative to positive rights almost, in that it's no longer God-given. It's no longer a human right. These are rights granted by the state, and the state can both grant and take away both our defense and speech rights, but also, obviously, our enemies abroad have no rights whatsoever. And what's really deeply sick about it is that we've been lectured to for how many fucking years straight now about how Israel has a right to defend itself. They say it over and over and over again.
But this is the thing, right? It's people understand the term free speech. They don't understand the morality undergirding it, right? They understand the Second Amendment. They don't understand that, like, underneath that is like, no, if you're armed, you're a real human being. You have to be respected. There's something immutable about it, or metaphysical about it, where it's not just about the right to be armed. It's the right to be sovereign. It's the right to dictate your own life. And so when you strip that away, then you end up with, because that means that incumbent with the right is the responsibility to use that right correctly, or else it does go away. And you have to recognize that. So with the Israel right to defend yourself thing, it's like, yeah, you have a right to defend yourself. That doesn't mean you can pull a gun out and start shooting them all up, right? That you can't just say, but I have the Second Amendment. I have a right to defend myself. That's not what you're doing in that case. You've separated it from the principle of the matter, and you're just applying it to something where it doesn't apply. And I was being a little bit facetious the other week, but only a little bit. Because I was talking about Hezbollah, and I was going, they're kind of the American dream in a weird way. They're a militia. Imagine a bunch of dudes in Texas with tanks and drones and underground missile silos and are just like, F the government, come and get us. It's like, that's kind of how we're supposed to have the militia. We're supposed to, like, have the non-state armed group that can go out and defend itself, against anybody. So I think you're dead on, Owen, when you talk about sort of the morals underpinning it, or the real purpose of these rights that we've enumerated in the Bill of Rights have a deeper purpose that should extend to other countries as well and other peoples as well. Well, does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to ask you guys briefly about, and I know you guys are kind of Switzerland on this issue, but I'm gonna force you to pick a side on the Nick Fuentes tactics, like what he's actually angling for. I've dug in over the past 72 hours because I'm not, an avid watcher. I don't watch his show every night. I don't have that time, obviously. And I always get yelled at because whenever I talk about him, people go, no, he did talk about that. I'm like, dude, all right, look, I don't have fucking 8 hours a week to watch his shit. I'm sorry if I missed something. But, his angle, he's actually laid it out now, crystal clear. It's to defeat Vivek because he's a Teal creation. It's to defeat JD Vance. Thiel creation, and to get rid of Rubio, which is Adelson creation, maybe Thiel, I don't even know, and obviously neocon. So it's like, all right, I can see those 3 wins. What I don't understand, or at least I didn't, is that, why is he not boosting Massey? He's obviously the most America First guy we've got in Congress. It would make more sense to me if you're like, I'm not going to expend political capital on a guy that I don't think can win, like Casey Putsch or Dan Bilzerian. But obviously Thomas Massey can fucking win. Obviously Thomas Massey is the best congressman we got. Where the fuck you at, Nick Fuentes? Like, that's what all the libertarians have been screaming. I'm just curious what your guys' reads are. I'll start with Owen, I guess.
Well, I think that in the new world of independent media, we tend to put too much. We tend to put too much on individuals, and we have to understand that people are going to make their own decisions, and you just kind of have to let it be. You just have to let people make their own decisions, what they want to do with their platform, and then they can live with the consequences of those decisions. So I don't really,
to be clear, I'm not trying to get you guys to tell him what to do. I'm just trying to see what your opinion is as to what he is doing. That's all.
Well, I think the reason I'm saying this is because when you try to analyze, when you try to really go into the details, let's say from a personality perspective, and you try to analyze why are or why aren't they doing things, you're just going to end up frustrated because sometimes it's just not going to make sense. I mean, I look at the whole Bilzerian thing and I'm like, okay, so here's this group, here's this movement of people online. It's supposedly organic. It's entering into this foreign policy debate, this kind of new age, younger generation that's more directional towards Israel when we're having the conversation. You even get into the issue of Jewish influence if you want to go there. And it's like, okay, well, they've now created this atmosphere. They've now created this, there's a whole movement in this arena now. And it's like Bilzerian is the guy. It's like he's the guy. It's like everything that you've built in this arena, and then here's your guy Bilzerian, and now they're tearing him down. And now it's like he's the bad guy, and they're tearing him down. And so I don't try to make sense of it. I don't try to get involved in it. It's like part of the clown world that we're in. I'd like to think it's as innocent as it's just people have personality conflicts. They have ego conflicts. It's like a battle for who's gonna be at the top of the space when we come of age. And I'd like to think it's as innocent as that. I really would. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But as far as like,
even if it is that innocent though, Owen? I mean, like if we're trying to save our fucking country, can we have ego battles that prevent us from?
Well, okay. Well, let me just clarify what I'm saying. Well, what I'm saying is it's innocent in that this isn't a Fed operation. This isn't somebody, paying him to say that. And again, if people believe that, I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm just saying if there's an innocent explanation, that's kind of how I view it as. It's not an operation funded by this group or that group or feds, whatever. It's just like, it's an ego trip. It's a personality conflict. It's I want to be at the top of the totem pole. It's I want to dictate how things are done and said and all of the stuff. And when it's not meshing, as it never does in the right wing, it just gets nasty.
Yeah, I see a lot of similarities, frankly, between like Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones, in that the way people misinterpreted on purpose in a lot of time. I think it has to be on purpose, because if you actually listen to him, you listen to his entire thought and what he actually thinks about the thing, it usually makes pretty good sense. And like you listen, you're like, okay, I get where he's coming from. I get his logic. That all makes perfect sense. Even if I don't agree with him, I can empathize with him or sort of understand where he's coming from. And then you have people who, they must deliberately take it out of context. I don't know how many times I've been asked, like, Nick says Epstein wasn't a pedophile. And it's like, listen to the whole thing. I don't know what to tell you. So there's this inclination to want to challenge, like there's a just massive amount of people who want to challenge Nick on absolutely everything and are looking for any excuse to tear him down. And that makes everything like impossible to discuss and talk about. And I do think you can, maybe it's fence sitting, that's the criticism I get, but like, I liked Casey Putsch. I like what he was doing. I thought he was, a good guy to be a candidate, and I didn't think he would necessarily win, but I like that he was running, and I like that he was an example for people. Who knows how many other guys out there are going, I could do what Casey Putsch is doing. How much less likely is it going to be if the people that they like are turning around and going, Casey Putsch, you're an idiot, you're a dumbass. They're like, well, I don't want to be subjected to that. So I liked what Casey Putsch was doing. I still approve of what he was doing, and I want to celebrate him, if nothing else, as an example of an American standing up. However, I can understand where Nick is coming from, where he's going, I don't want to put my name on something that's not going to win, because then it's going to be used against me, or, I have this strategy that I'm trying to pursue and this doesn't fit in it. There's a fantastic documentary, I can't recommend it enough, on YouTube called Nick Fuentes versus Charlie Kirk, The Groyper War by Militant Groyper. And I got to celebrate it just because the mainstream media is not going to give an honest account of these like major events, which are actually like change the tide in a lot of ways. And this was in 2019. So again, with sort of the similarities between Alex Jones, it's like Nick Fuentes was leading the charge in 2019. That was 7 years ago. A lot of people didn't even wake up to what was going on until 5 years later. You got to have respect for what the kid has already done. I shouldn't even say kid, what the man has already done to reshape the conversation in America. And for that reason alone, I think he deserves a little bit of like, breathing room to go, all right, let's hear him out. Let's hear his argument, not just condemn him outright, because he really has been fundamental to the change that has occurred over the last couple of years in the way that this stuff is talked about. And if you watch that documentary, you see everybody who was involved in the Groyper War was like the perfect specimen, right? Everybody who stood up and challenged Charlie Kirk was like clean cut, handsome, intelligent, stood up for themselves, was, combative without being obnoxious. It was like, okay, that's the ideal candidate. Because for somebody like Nick, who is, I think, paid a lot into this fight, he's suffered a lot, and he's, sacrificed a lot to achieve a lot of what he's achieved. And, he sees that it could slip through your fingers. He sees that, okay, if this whole thing becomes just yelling about Jews and being as offensive as possible and just saying it because you want to say it, then all of what we've done so far to open up people's minds to the real way the world works could all be lost. Yeah, it comes crashing down. So I get it. I get why he'd be sensitive and go, look, I don't want these people coming in and saying, actually, we're this movement and we're a bunch of idiots and we're going to go yell and be non-optical and non-strategic. I understand why he's against that. However, I like Dan Bilzerian. I'd love to see him on a stage with Randy Fine. And I completely agree with you about Thomas Massey. I don't understand that. I saw a clip today of Nick being like, everything's boring. There's nothing going on. It's like, there is like a struggle for the fate of our republic happening right now. Like, are we a republic or are we?
It's the most expensive primary campaign in American history. They're spending.
Between and Miriam Adelson.
Between what we've raised and what the basically AIPAC/Israel lobby has raised, we're talking, I don't know, $40 million for a primary. I just want to emphasize
in a single congressional district, of which there are 400. It's so tiny. So yeah, I don't understand why he would stay out of this, except that he just has these bigger plans, and I guess he just doesn't care about what happens to Thomas Massey. I don't know. I disagree with that.
Well, and I think, too, a lot of this stuff tends to find a way to work itself out before it's time to pull the lever, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of this drama come and go in politics, and then when it's like, it's time to grit our teeth and find something to grip here and let's go forward together. So this stuff always happens, and the one issue I have is I've always been able to get along with everybody. I've always been able to get along with everybody, and it's tough because it's like I've always gotten along with Nick. All right, I understand people have problems with it. That's fine. That's per prerogative. I've always gotten along with Dan. All right, people have their problems with Dan. That's fine. That's their prerogative. And it's like, because I had Dan on my show, it's like all of a sudden now I have to be a part of the drama. And it's just like, no, let people can handle their own business. We're all men here. Let them figure it out. These are men. They'll figure it out. You can decide where you want to be at the end of the day. But most of this stuff usually, I think, works itself out before it's, time to decide who's going to take the final shot and win the game. But as far as the Massey thing, this is how I'm characterizing this. And I think you guys would agree. The reason why the Massey race, I mean, you could argue it's just as important as the Trump election. I mean, you might be able to argue it's more important since it's happening now. The way I view the Massey race is this. If Glarin wins, then there is no Republican Party, there is no American right wing, and there is no conservative movement. There's only the donor class and the foreign lobbyists. That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
If they can oust Thomas Massey, who's one of the few true conservatives in Congress, if they can oust Thomas Massey, who has one of the best voting records in Congress, if they can oust Thomas Massey, who really kind of should be the standard for conservatism in Republican politics, then there is nothing. There is nothing to hold on to as far as the Republican Party is concerned. It doesn't exist. There's no right wing. There's no Republican Party. There's no conservative movement. It's just the donor class, the foreign lobbyists, and the brainwashed, useful idiots that go along for the ride. And so that's why this Massey race is so important. That's why I had him on today. That's why I'm urging, whoever I can to influence this race and get Massey across the finish line to win again, because that's what it represents to me. And so now you kind of get into the larger picture where there's a big debate happening, which is, well, what do we do in the midterms? Do we vote Republican because they're not Democrats? Do we sit out because we're sick of the Republicans? Do we vote Democrat because we want to stick it to the Republicans? Well, you're going to have to make your own decision as far as how you want to vote. But the way I look at it is this. I feel like if I go vote for a Republican after everything that they've not done or have done to us since Trump got elected, then I'm just a slave. I'm just a slave that says, hey, can you guys do this for me and I'll vote for you? Yeah, we'll do that for you. Okay, I vote for you. And then they don't do anything and then they insult me. Well, if I just continue to go vote for you, I'm just a slave. I'm just a slave. And you'll never have to answer to anything I say. Well, I'm not going to be a slave. So what's the other side? The other side is, well, okay, if I go vote for a Democrat, what am I? Well, I'm an idiot. So it's like, do I want to be a slave or do I want to be an idiot? And I can't see myself really voting for Democrats, but we have to be pragmatic. And I think at the end of the day, I don't like being put in any political boxes. I like to think I'm logical, I'm pragmatic. I try to be consistent. I try to be real. Yeah, I've got my, policy, politics, whatever, but it's like pragmatism, what makes sense, what's good, what's bad. And I just look at it like this. I'm like, okay, let's say I go vote Republican, nothing changes. Okay, now, I'm not going to get anything I vote for, but it's not going to be Democrats. Okay, so nothing changes. It's not Democrats. If I go vote Democrat, let's say I even want to get involved in Democrat Party politics, it's like, well, the Republicans are going to steal my money and they're going to give it to the foreign and special interests. The Democrats are going to steal my money and they might, I don't know, maybe build something. Maybe give it to the Department of Education. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like, where do I go? I know what the Republicans are going to steal my money and do with it. It's like, if I go onto the left and they're stealing my money, I'm like, hey, can we maybe do something good with this money? Like, maybe, can we do something good? And of course, again, you're shaking your head because the answer is no. Neither side of them.
Neither of them are going to do it.
I feel like that's where it's at. It's like that's where you're at right now as an independent, patriotic American. It's like, vote for Republicans, you're a slave. Vote for Democrats, you're an idiot. Yeah. Where can I get more leeway? Where can I get more leverage as far as what's going to be done after the government steals my money? Where can I get a better result, and where can I get more leeway? And right now, most Americans feel like there is none. We're just totally abandoned.
There's zero options. I've done shows with Jimmy Dore a couple times, and basically our negotiation always goes like this. I go, we both agree that we don't want to, continue to fight wars for Israel or have the neocons or the warmongers or the military-industrial complex. And he always ends our conversations with, all right, Clint, can we get national health care? And I'm like, look, Jimmy, at this point, and I mean this sincerely, at this point, if we could end the warfare welfare state, I'm like, fine, fucking take it, dude. I think it's a disaster. I think we'll have waiting lists and all sorts of things. But our healthcare system is fucked up. We're spending trillions of dollars overseas. Like, if I can get that money to come home, even if we're printing it and obliterating the dollar, I would still prefer to spend it on that than killing people overseas on behalf of Israel. But the truth is, that option doesn't exist either. And I think Jimmy needs to acknowledge that too. They're not going to fucking give you anything because both sides of the aisle are absolutely owned by foreign and special interests, as you already described. And we don't have a choice. We really don't. And I guess this is why I take the Massey race so seriously, is because it's like, this is the one motherfucker who actually stands up for us. He's the only guy we got. And that's why when, I got so frustrated with Nick about this, and I've already theorized, and apparently he said this to Crowder a couple days ago, that maybe it'll hurt Massey more than it'll help him to have Nick boosting him. And it's like, fair argument. Maybe that's true. But at the same time, like, I wish, maybe in private, you try and get your people to fundraise for him, something. It just seems like there's a real lack of interest in trying to save Massey. And given that Massey is like the last line of defense before we have fucking zero representation, not just at the White House executive level, at Congress. I mean, we're toast at that point. It just seems existential to me.
Well, and just to emphasize something here, because this is what Thomas Massey said to me today. he said that there are a handful of Republicans that are essentially just like him, but they're all scared. They're all scared because they don't have the national popularity that Massey has. They don't have the ability to fundraise and go up against the swamp like Massey does. And they're watching this race. And believe me, part of me thinks that the only reason why AIPAC and Adelson are putting the tens of millions of dollars in there, it's not even because they think they can beat Massey. It's because they want to send a warning to every other Republican that, hey,
don't be like this guy.
If you think you can stand up against us, get ready. $30 million. We're going to cut the check tomorrow. Good luck. And most of them aren't as popular and have the support system Massey does.
Oh, you're
but
absolutely right.
Isn't that a self-fulfilling prophecy or a feedback loop where it's like if they did stand up against them, they would then become as popular as Massey? It's like because they're so cowardly, they are giving these people what they want. I think what's really one of the big things sort of at discussion here, and people don't put it this explicitly, but it's obvious, is that they're trying to redefine conservatism to literally just mean supporting Israel. And being a Republican literally just means, and like Alan Dershowitz writes an essay where he goes, I'm still a Democrat, I still believe all the Democratic things, but I'm switching to Republican because they support Israel. Or Shaboz Kestenbaum, right? He's a liberal, he's a Democrat, but he's speaking on stage at the RNC because he supports Israel. Thomas Massey, conservative as Davy Crockett, right? The man is the conservative ideal manifest, and yet he doesn't support Israel, so he's not a Republican, he's not a conservative. That is such a crazy dichotomy. But there's something there because, you talk to the left and it's like, hey, I hate that we're fighting war for Israel. So do I. What else do you believe? I want to trans your kid. All right, well, never mind then. It's like, it's just all this crazy stuff they believe, and it's like, well, crap, because that's actually more of like an imminent threat to me and my family than anything that has to do with Israel. So,
well, I think it's
frustrating. And you know what? People haven't caught on to this yet because they are completely different, but yet politically they're the same. The Israel trans kid issue, they are the same. I mean, they are the same. The trans kid issue is what destroyed the Democrat momentum and why they lost in 2024. And Israel is going to be what kills the Republican momentum and why they're probably going to lose in 26 and maybe 2028. And I guess, would it be fair to go as far and reverse what Harrison said? It's like, I'm a liberal. It's like, hey, you like transing kids? Yeah, big fan of transing kids. Yeah, we should also support Israel. Ooh, sorry. No, I don't want to ride with you anymore.
Yeah,
well,
it's
I'm not going to talk
weird.
about the doctors who started with the transing kids thing. I'm not going to go there. Sorry.
It goes deeper than that, doesn't it? But going back to like Nick and stuff, I understand that he maybe just doesn't care as much. Maybe he does think he'd be a negative impact, but it's also just it's the same type of thing where you go, I don't like going to war with Israel, and they go, oh, so you're AOC? Oh, so you're a flaming leftist? And it's just like, but what? I'm literally far right on most things, but they think I'm a Democrat, and I get the same thing from Nick where it's like, well, he's a Democrat now, when like if you listen to it, he very clearly is like, we have to send a message to the GOP, which, as Owen, you elucidated it a second ago, it's the only weapon we have, it's the only power that we have, withholding our vote. What else can we do?
And
we voted for them, they give us nothing.
Right. No, I completely agree. That being said, though, I think that's also kind of playing into their hands, because if you're just pivoting and trying to put the Democrats in power, like the governor of Ohio is like this Jewish woman, it's like Nick Fuentes is going to fucking be backing her. It's just so crazy to me. And it just seems as if you have to find a third way. And I'm not saying third party. I'm just saying you have to find a third way. It cannot be voting for the Democrats, which are the duopoly swamp, and it can't be voting for the GOP duopoly swamp. It has to be, this is why I'm, kind of a Buchananite at this point, and I think paleo strategy, kind of the Rothbardian school, is really the only avenue we can take. And I was thinking earlier today about this, and I was like, and maybe Fuentes just wants to stay alive, and that's why he won't do it. But someone of our ilk, someone in our lane, needs to be the Charlie Kirk. Like, we need to create a TPUSA that's actually America first, because TPUSA has obviously demonstrated that they're dedicated to Israel too. So we need an America first TPUSA. And I think Fuentes probably is the front runner to actually fill that void, but he doesn't seem, maybe he's got plans for it behind the scenes. I don't know. But has anybody talked about that? I assume someone has.
Well, wasn't that sort of the drama with that event that Amy Dangerfield had? Yeah. Like, wasn't that kind of like the backlash that she did that, and then there was some drama internally?
True, but she was trying to do a bipartisan across the aisle thing where it was basically like Democrats that also hate white people but are anti-Israel. Like they were having those people along with the right wingers. I'm arguing not to do a bipartisan thing, but to have a true funding mechanism that fundraises on behalf of the handful of these congressmen that Massey alleges are just as based as him, but just pussies. And it's like, yo, we've got $100 million bankroll that we fund to target 5 representatives in this election cycle, and we demonstrate our viability, then we boost it up, and now all of a sudden we're fundraising and we can put in 12 representatives, and then 8 years, 10 years, 12 years from now, we're talking about trying to buy the White House like the foreign powers are.
I think the only person that has that kind of capital is Elon Musk. I don't think anybody has that kind of cash that can fundraise something like that, if I'm being quite frank. And that's why I do think, the only thing I might disagree with you on is that it does have to be a bipartisan effort. I think that,
interesting.
I mean, to me, if we're going to do this organically, politically, then we're going to have to come to some terms with the left, and the left is going to have to make some political concessions, and the right is going to have to make some political concessions. And I don't even think it's too difficult to comprehend. I think you brought up a good one earlier, and I constantly say this. And again, I know you guys know I'm not a communist. I'm like zero government. Like I don't want to be taxed at all. It's like tax me 2%, and that's all you're going to get, right? But it's like, okay, let's deal with the reality of the situation that we're in. If I had to have a choice, if there's just 2 options on the table, there's no other options, and I got 2 options on the table, I'm either going to spend another $100 billion on a war in the Middle East, or I'm going to spend $100 billion on, say, American healthcare. If these are my only 2 options, I'm choosing American healthcare. Like, it's these are the kind of concessions that I think we're going to have to make with the left. And so it's like, okay, where are our bargaining chips? Border security, healthcare funding. Where do we agree? Hey, we don't want to spend money on war. It's like we can manipulate some sort of a political delivery system that does have a bipartisan effort, and at least maybe gets the ball moving in America's direction.
Yeah, and those 2 examples are sort of the perfect ones, because it's not even necessarily, I don't see it as like concession. It's almost just like, isn't this the only thing that makes sense? You want, government to take care of the people. Don't you also, talking to a liberal, you want all these government programs. Don't you understand how that's impossible with an open border? So, okay, we'll give you the government programs, but in exchange, you got to recognize it's impossible to do this without closing the border first, right?
This is the Anna Kasparian route, right? The sane lefties that are like, I get it. She's woken up. She's like, we don't have any power in DC. And obviously, if you want any sort of social welfare network, safety net, you're going to have border control. Like, this is a given. So those are the handful of rational people on the left that I feel like I can actually get along with and have a conversation. The problem is that so many people on the left are still of the variety that are like, white people are evil, right. And it's like, so can you actually have a movement across the aisle focused on the Israel thing, but really not with the animosity that sometimes Bilzerian talks about it with, because I think that will lose people. But you need to deliver it in a way like, it's not about hatred, it's about prioritizing America and Americans. You guys both do a really good job at laying that out all the time. And I feel like that, if you want to do the bipartisan thing, that's going to have to be the tarp that you lay over it.
Yeah. Well, the interesting thing about the current situation is that it's probably the first time that I know of ever, certainly in my lifetime, where if a third party that was just anti-Israel cropped up, it would take equally from both major parties. Like, that's true. Never before has there been a third party that wasn't just an offshoot of one of the main parties, right? Libertarians are always just going to draw from the Republicans. The Green Party's always just going to draw from the left. Sort of for the first time, you got half the Democrats and half the Republicans pissed off at their party's support of Israel. So now it would sort of be the time to strike.
No,
but
it is the time.
But we
still don't have the money.
Impossible.
We still don't have the money.
And the money's not.
And I know you said you had an hour, so do I need to let you go? I got one more topic.
Yeah, I'll say one thing. We can do one more topic here.
Okay.
There's a viral clip. It's probably from like 2 years ago now. Pastor Greg Locke was in InfoWars Studios, and I told him, I was like, look, forget about however I feel about Israel. I'm just telling you right now, in 2 election cycles, Israel's done. There won't be any American support for Israel. And he laughed and he hawed and laughed at me. And I said, hey, you can laugh as much as you want. Well, now here we are. I've been totally proven right. And you can even go back to the broadcasts that I did right after October 7th. And I said, look, this is going to end up with people waving Palestine flags and Israel flags in the streets of America. That's where this is going to end up. And people are just sick of it. And this is where the mismeasurement is at. People that are in the political world, and we're probably not good examples of this. It's mostly DC, maybe the coastal elites, but and the people that are obsessed with their MAGA social media accounts. They live in such a bubble that they can't even touch reality right now. Like they don't even have a real idea of how the American people feel. They're still living off the high of the election. They're still living off of, if Trump can fart in their face and they can get a sniff of it, they'll get a nice little dopey, it's like nice dopamine hit out of that. And let me tell you something that happened to me today. I'm out this morning. I'm playing.
I feel like you're reading from Benny Johnson's diary. All right, keep going.
Come on, I'm trying to be friends with everybody here, Clint.
We love Benny Johnson.
I don't. Fuck you, Benny. Sorry.
I'm playing pickup basketball this morning, okay? And I've got some regulars there, some new guys. They come and go. And, every once in a while, somebody will pull up a video and they'll be like, oh, is this you? Some viral video or whatever. So that happens this morning. Somebody comes over and is like, hey, is this you? I'm like, oh, yeah. He's like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, oh, political talk shows, whatever. So there's a guy sitting down next to us, and he overhears us, and he's like, "Oh, you're into politics?" And I was, "Yeah." He's like, "You have a political talk show?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, he doesn't ask, "Am I right?" He doesn't ask, "Am I left?" He doesn't ask about Trump. You know what he asked me, guys? He asks, "How do you feel about Israel?" That's what he asked me. That's where people are at right now. They're not thinking about Trump. They're not thinking about the left. They're not thinking about the right. Everybody can see Israel's influence, and the vast majority of Americans that don't talk politics now view Israel as an evil state. This is just the reality of things. And these people, this is not my opinion. A lot of people seem to misinterpret this as opinion. No, this is a fact. Mm-hmm. And so they've completely lost touch with the average American. They're living in their political bubbles. They don't understand how unpopular this foreign policy is. And this is it's like, when that is the question I'm asked, it's like, oh, you find out I'm in politics and you don't ask about affiliation. You don't ask about who I voted for. You ask me, how do I feel about Israel? To me, that tells me everything. That tells me that right now, Israel is a major issue. Now, at the end of the day, it's going to be, how am I doing economically? How is my kid's school? Like, these are the things that people think about when they're voting. But as far as just general political talk, general political attitude, there's a zero tolerance policy for Israel. They don't care if you're left. They don't care if you're right. They don't care if you're this, that. How do you feel about Israel? That is what I got asked today. And to me, that told the whole story.
But the other things you mentioned are all sort of downstream from Israel too, right? The gas is high. Why is the gas high? Because we're at war with Iran. Why are we at war with Iran? Because of Israel. So I think people take that shortcut, right?
That's what people have figured out.
Well, and that's what gives me hope, honestly, is that people are finally connecting that dot, that this is not some nebulous, I don't know, bleeding heart anti-war thing, which is the camp I come from. People are now doing the right-wing thing where it's like, oh, I want to be able to afford a house. Why are we spending trillions of dollars overseas? It's like, finally the pain is getting to the threshold that people are connecting those dots. It's not just, I care about kids being blown up, but also I care about my kids ever being able to, start a family. So that's progress. I wanted to, this is a big topic that I just finished the Tucker Carlson O'Leary debate. And I was thinking about this because I see you, Harrison, going nuts online sometimes about the data centers. And I'll be honest, my bias, as you guys would guess, as a libertarian, as a free market guy, I'm like, there's demand, there's going to be supply. Are you not kind of tilting at windmills here to try and stop this? Obviously, I oppose any sort of government taxes to go to fund this shit. But if it's a free market phenomenon, I don't know how you stop it. So I'll just be honest, though, too, in that I'm fairly ignorant about this topic. I learned more from this debate with Tucker and O'Leary than I knew about it prior. So, Harrison, if you could lay out the con argument, why should we oppose these data centers?
Well, there's any number of reasons. I mean, for one thing, it just certainly exposes the fraudulence of the climate change agenda, right? It was all about control, and now they figured out a better method of control. My whole thing is there is no purpose for the data centers that isn't mass surveillance. That's it. That's the only reason that these things would need to exist. We already have, I mean, I think America has 5,000 of them at this point, or like 4,200. We're building 3,000 more, while the next highest country is like China with like 400, right? So we already have these, like, we're immensely overscaled in all of this stuff already. I just don't think it's necessary. And when something's not necessary, but they're doing it anyway, you got to look for the ulterior reason that they're actually doing it. I think the government is very much involved in all of this. I think even if they aren't the ones laying out the initial outlay, the initial investment to get it done, those investments are only being made because the DoD contracts are guaranteed in the future. The funding will come from the government eventually in billions of dollars.
Paint me the panopticon technocratic thing that they're creating with these data centers, because I don't follow. I mean, I could guess at it, but like, what are you actually envisioning?
Flock cameras, all the Internet of Things, all constantly surveilling every second of the day, mapping the world in 3D, feeding it into AI, putting in basically running scenarios to see what the outcome is, so then you can alter the input to change the output.
So
and
pre-crime shit like that. So you think do you think that's why he's meeting with China today? Is that they're essentially going to get the game plan to put us in our own cage?
I don't think we need any advice from China on how to do that. I do think that they've tested it in China and they've sort of, figured out how the social credit score works. I think now it's about sort of getting it done before America wakes up to it. I think the ecological impact of the data centers is unimaginable. I mean, do you know how long GPUs last in these data centers? 1 to 3 years. So these data centers that are 50 acres, that's just nothing but 60 acres of GPUs. You got to make 60 acres worth of GPUs every 1 to 3 years. I think it's an impossible task. I don't know how
somebody's getting rich.
Somebody's getting rich, and the earth is being destroyed, and the people aren't being asked about it, and they're using these ways to circumvent even awareness, let alone control from the people that live there. I think that there's a reason that the shortages are coming, the rationing is going to start coming, the digital ID is being imposed at all the same time. All of this is happening in every Western country, and it all points to the mark of the beast, digital panopticon, social credit score, whatever you want to call it. Clearly that's the intention, and that's what they say the intention is. So, I don't know what else it could be. I don't believe that we need 6,000 data centers just so we can create, videos of hot dogs flying airplanes or whatever the hell they're using AI for now. I think the only reason you would need this is for mass, total, constant surveillance. There's no other purpose for these data centers.
Yeah, I would agree with everything Harrison just said. To get a little more technical with it, basically, I think the reason why they need these data centers is because there's still latency as far as cloud computing and the internet is concerned, right? Like there's still a latency period, and there's still a finite amount of space. So the reason they want these data centers is they basically want to be able to archive everything you do 24/7 and hold it in a solid state hard drive. Now, this information is not really going to change too much until they get quantum computing. So what's going to happen is once they're able to merge the quantum computing with the AI data centers, you basically now have the Singularity Hive brain. And however you want to use that, you can decide. But now it's like, it doesn't take a second or two to get information on an individual or find where an individual is or figure out what he's done with his internet past, all of that stuff. Now it's there. It's just there perpetually 24/7. It never moves. It's never deleted. It's never erased. Storage is not an issue. Speed is not an issue. And now everything is surveillance, data tracking, downloading, uploading, everything in real time 24/7. And with quantum computing, there's virtually zero latency. It's basically just in real time you can access this stuff. So just to get a little more technical, also, it's going to cause an energy crisis. I mean, it's going to completely drain our energy grid. They're doing these things now because they know this, and it needs so much water. They're doing these prospecting runs, and they fly over looking for where there's underground water so that they can build the data centers on top of it and suck all of that water out because there's going to be such a demand. So that's kind of the technical stuff. But let me just do, this is where I come from as far as what does it mean for the spirit of our country? What does it mean for the experience of living in America? We were all lucky enough to actually get a glimpse of the world before smartphones. We were lucky enough to go to a concert, a music festival, a ball game, a park, whatever, before everybody had a smartphone, before everybody was connected to the internet perpetually. And I think we would all agree it was a lot more fun. It was a lot more fun. It was a lot more real. And I think once we go into this AI world, I think that whatever semblance we have left of that world, whatever nostalgia that we can still try to cling to or find out there whenever it's possible, I think it's all gone. I think it's all gone at that point. I don't think you'll be able to find it at all, except for specific events that say, hey, no cell phones, no cameras, whatever. Certain venues might do that. But to me, that's what we're going to lose as far as the human experience is concerned.
Let's take what you just said and extrapolate it even wider and farther. Like I'll sit there and I'm reading Richard Scarry books. You'd probably recognize the drawing, but it's the book where it's like about town, and it's a little drawing of a town. There's the policeman, helping people cross the street, and the baker and it's like I'm showing my son this and I'm like, this doesn't even exist anymore. It's like the fundamental change of what it means to be human and what our lives are like. It's like you don't have the little police office on the corner with the friendly officer. You have the, giant cybernetic SWAT team that's deployed with robots. You're not going to have the little stand where you go buy fruit. It's you order some slop from a robot and it delivers from a giant warehouse somewhere. They are deliberately, fundamentally changing this. And it goes into everything. It goes into BlackRock buying up houses. The idea that you buy a house and invest in it and own it and it's your store. That's over. Like all of these things, they are deliberately ending, not because people are sick of them, not because we've moved on and developed better ways, but because the ways that we developed over the last several centuries are predicated on private property and ownership, which is liberty. And that's what they're trying to get rid of. So the whole you will own nothing and you will be happy, like that is the absolute goal. And I don't think it's a coincidence that the data centers are sucking up all the water at the same time they've got the World Economic Forum going, hey, the vaccines didn't work as well as we thought. But everybody understands water. I'm sure y'all seen that clip where, they're very open about the idea of like, hey, if we get our hands on water, everybody's got to listen to us if they want to survive. These people are, we know how insane these people are.
Yeah. Well,
so I don't find it a coincidental.
Yeah. I saw an interview or a clip actually played on a podcast I was listening to. It was Larry Fink. And he was talking about how they're fearful about Americans using drones to attack storage or data centers. And I was like, hey, Larry, why the fuck would we be attacking data centers, dude? What are you planning to do to us? Like if you're really nervous about American terrorism,
like we're gonna cause the next Boston Tea Party. It's like, you damn right, you bastards.
Yeah, but it's like my initial reaction was like, all right, you guys want to have more data storage so you can have more computational power.
You know what I chalked that up to?
And then I'm like, no, you think I'm going to become a terrorist? You're planning to do some really dark shit with that, homeboy. This ain't about hot dog flying.
You know what I chalked that up to, guys? I think that we have a bunch of paranoid schizophrenics that are in charge, and maybe even criminal paranoid schizophrenics. It may be a combination of both, but you have people that are so scared of life. They're so scared of the world. They're so scared of history or this people or that people. They're just scared to death that we have to be spying 24/7. We just can't trust anybody. We can't trust a human. I'm a paranoid schizophrenic. There's a next Holocaust coming. There's a next terrorist around the corner. There's a Muslim. It's like, we have to spy 24/7. Everything has to be spied on. It's the only way I'll feel safe. Well, you'll never feel safe. You'll never feel safe, and you'll never be safe. And then I think there is the criminal element. I think there's criminals that have done the most heinous, disgusting, dastardly things that we probably can't even imagine. And they get the feeling that, hey, they might be catching on to us here. They might be getting an idea of what sick son of bitches we are. So we need to spy on people 24/7 to make sure, just in case if they ever get a little too close to us, that we can clamp down on them and remove them from the picture. So I think that those are the two things. And that's why when people are trying to make sense of it, they're like, why are they doing this? It can't be the China angle. That doesn't add up. It can't even really be the surveillance angle. They really don't need this. They got the surveillance right now. It can't be that. No. We have a bunch of sick, psychotic, paranoid schizophrenics that are so afraid that you're going to find out who they are and what they do that they instead have to get ahead of that, spy on you 24/7, use AI to make sure that if you ever get close to finding out who they are and what they do, that they will strike you down, remove you from the system, and make sure that they can never be exposed. So I do think that that is a major element of this.
I can't help but notice that the person you were describing reminds me a lot of Netanyahu, the behavior.
Well, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
The original
he does rule over us. Yeah.
The original victims of trauma-based mind control are Jews. They are the number one victims of trauma-based mind control, only probably followed by black Americans and then maybe Native Americans. I don't know. That's just kind of the local color of it. But that's just the truth. That's just the truth. And that's why you see people like Mark Levin, who looks like a rat scared of his own turd 24/7, because he is.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, you're dead on. The trauma-based mind control like starts as soon as they're born, and it's like hardwired in. It's extremely damaging, and yeah, it makes it difficult. I think for a lot of people who grow up in this like fear mindset of everybody actually secretly hates you, which is like sort of what they're told. Same thing. Black people are told in America, oh, people might be friendly to you, but actually everybody's super racist and hates you. It's like, what a sick way to raise people. Of course, you're going to make decisions that are paranoid, and you just want to make everybody weaker around you because you're scared of them. And that's really what it comes down to, right? Strong people want other people to be strong. I'm not scared of other people being strong or powerful or having authority, because I feel like I'm strong and powerful. It's no threat to me. But when you're weak and when you're squirrely, when you're kind of a Weasley type of person, you don't want a bunch of strong, stalwart, righteous people around you. It's very inconvenient.
Yeah, well, and then it makes it, if you're outnumbered, then you have to do really nefarious, undermining things to try and weaken that population. I think that's what we've been experiencing for decades now. So,
well, and let's just take it back to the very beginning of this whole conversation. This is where a lot of the race stuff comes from, and it's always been kind of obvious, the sort of algorithmic thing where they go, white people are evil, white people bad, white people created the concepts of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, so therefore those are bad. It's very simple. You categorize, freedom itself as a white concept, and then you demonize whiteness. You're just demonizing freedom and liberty and making people think that it's an outgrowth of some sort of evil.
You know what's funny about that? This will be my walk-off moment. You'll have these radical, crazy, left-eyed people that will say, yeah, because a white person wrote the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, it's inherently evil. And then their next pursuit of convincing you will be how actually the founding fathers were black. And that's it for me. Good night and good luck.
We was founding fathers. Well, I'm going to wrap it there, but
AI thinks they were. So it's all coming together. It's all coming together.
And Netflix thinks everybody's black. But anyways, I just want to say, AI is going to replace most jobs, but I think the final frontier, the most challenging thing for AI to replace will be what the three of us do, and you two in particular, because I feel like they cannot program to tell the truth about the things that we actually analyze and discuss on the regular, because it's like, well, that gives up the whole game. So are they ever going to replace us? I think we'll be the last thing to be replaced. And I really appreciate you guys. I think that there's a handful of people in this world, in my lane, that do what we do, and I really appreciate you guys. You've inspired me for years. I've been wanting to have this conversation with both of you. As you know, I fucked up and did the time zone thing with Owen months ago, but I'm a huge fan. We did that.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, we did the debate in person. That'll be out in probably 10 days. It's a 4-on-4 debate. Fortunately, I was on Owen's side, so we didn't have to go head to head. But yeah, I just think that you guys are carrying the torch, and as long as Alex will keep carrying it, we'll keep carrying it along with him. Go ahead and tell people where they can follow your work.
Owen Report on YouTube, rumble.com/Owen, Owen Schroyer 1776 on X, and you can listen to the Owen Report on iHeartRadio, iTunes, and Spotify.
Harrison.
I do the War Room on AlexJonesLive.com, AlexJonesLive.com. You can follow it at AJNLive on X, and you can follow me at Harrison H. Smith on X.
At Liberty Lockpod on X. Subscribe there. If you do support my show, I will follow you back. And yeah, we're pushing almost 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. So if you guys could subscribe right now, I would really fucking appreciate it. Leave a comment down below. If you guys want us to do this again, I would love to do it again. But the feedback must be very, very positive, because these are both very powerful, important men, and they don't have time for this program if we don't do 100,000 views. So share it around. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace.
Subscribe to Liberty Lockdown. Great podcast. Clint is tight.
Life comes at you fast, when one day you're getting a stepdad shirt from Elon Musk's baby mother, and then you're getting investigated by the DOJ.
Far-left influencer Hassan Piker might be in real trouble for visiting Cuba in March, where he filmed what looks like a
And then you're getting investigated by the DOJ.
Far-left influencer Hassan Piker might be in real trouble for visiting Cuba in March, where he filmed what looks like a propaganda video for the regime.
My goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population.
Yeah, now federal officials have subpoenaed Piker as part of a wider investigation into violations of U.S. laws and sanctions, which prohibits supporting Cuba's communist regime. Piker responded today saying it
is not great, okay? I mean, it's bull, but still not great. Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that. Seemingly made an example of in America's I wouldn't even say creep towards fascism. America's galloping towards fascism.
Hassan just went to Cuba to flex his $5,000 designer outfit to poor people while recording some pro-communist slop for his Twitch stream. But instead, he's actually facing some pretty serious consequences, with the max sentence being up to 10 years in federal prison and a $250,000 fine. And even though it's more realistically going to be much smaller than that, it's still going to be a long drawn-out legal process that might actually discover what else he might be secretly doing behind the scenes, which is probably why he sounds so sad and scared compared to how he usually reacts to law enforcement on stream.
Like, a point of contention that could have gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely in that moment was thinking, like, these dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fire.
As this is probably going to be the first time he's faced real consequences for his internet antics. He's been playing socialist revolutionary in his daddy Dan Clancy's backyard, where no matter what rule he breaks, Twitch conveniently looks the other way. But once he stepped out into the real world, publicly supporting America's enemies and the communist parties of China and Cuba, he's about to learn that Twitch terms of service isn't the same as federal law. As previously, he knew he shouldn't go to Cuba.
I did cancel the Cuba trip, yes, because I didn't want to go to prison.
But after he actually did take that trip, he admitted to bringing wads of cash.
Shouts out to the Hassan Abi head at TSA that let me pass through without giving me too much grief, as I had wads and wads of cash on me. That was really funny, because I walked through TSA and I got a fat stag on me, just peppering people with just wads of cash for the most part.
And even acknowledging this might not be allowed.
The blockade itself is designed to be invisible. It's a system of sanctions. It's this like bureaucratic nightmare that basically renders it impossible for the island to do regular commerce, just like any other country. Banks can't take out loans from any other banks. And you, as an American citizen, as a matter of fact, have a lot of restrictions on what you can and can't do, both on the island or if you wanted to even send money. If you have relatives on the island, it's a very difficult process to like directly send cash payments to your relatives as well.
I really don't think this will end well for him, as even if they don't convict him of the first thing, there's probably something he's hiding they'll find in discovery. As there's a reason Hassan's experience in Cuba was so pleasant compared to actual journalists like Nick Shirley nearly getting kidnapped, where he had to hide in his hotel, apparently getting stalked by spies, with a 2-star general waiting outside trying to interrogate him, barely escaping with his freedom. It's almost like there's not freedom of speech in communist countries, so when a streamer visits with a beaming review of how Cuba is doing, it's probably going to be accused of propaganda, as this is what the investigation is about.
If Hassan Piker took any type of payment for the propaganda, then he has to register as a foreign agent.
Well, that's another law, but it could apply also in the activities that Hassan Piker's been involved in, because exactly like you said, you know, there could be that you're violating the sanctions, so that's one set of laws. And then another one is that you could be doing influence peddling for a foreign nation, and that's this law where you have to register. So, you know, I mentioned China, and one of the important aspects of this is that there is this tech tycoon named Neville Roy Singham living in China who has pumped $285 million into nonprofits, including one of the nonprofits that Hassan Piker accompanied called Code Pink.
And remember, Hassan's China trip had him briefly being detained. So then he fawned over Mao's Red Book on communism, basically doing propaganda interviews.
I also wanted to show my audience and the Western world in general that there are a lot of rumors about China. There's a lot of misunderstandings and also just outright lies.
I'm not gonna sit here and claim I understand what exactly makes somebody a foreign agent, but anybody paying even the slightest amount of attention to him knows he promotes anything anti-American. So the real question is this just a grift? Millionaire champagne socialist sitting in his Los Angeles mansion claiming capitalism bad to an audience of broke losers? Or is he owned by foreign billionaires coaching him towards anti-American talking points? Which honestly, I don't even think those have to be mutually exclusive. As the charges hang over Hassan's head, he can't help but hate on his own audience.
You show him that your emotion goes beyond being a Twitter power user that's buddies with Elon's exes. Dude. Sometimes I welcome rotting for the rest of my life in a federal penitentiary rather than having to deal with long-term community members who have like unbelievably snide remarks even in this moment. Like what the dude, what? You have to slap me with a backhand and be like, all you technically do is just, you know, hang out with Elon Musk's exes, dude. Why don't you do some real organizing? Well, I did.
I mean, maybe I'm an idiot, but it didn't seem like that comment was made in bad faith. Just because his argument might be inaccurate doesn't mean he's against you. But that's just what happens when you're so low self-esteem. Even fans with paid-for subscriptions get met with condescending reactions, as Hassan can't stand to be anything but idolized. As a random anime avatar with 8,000 followers compared to Hassan's 1.6 million made a comment about Hassan's hotel stay in Cuba, to which Hassan just had to quote retweet to correct the record, to which the original poster laughed at, as Hassan is just signal boosting his own issues, as vanity is Hassan's own worst enemy. It's basically the only reason he's famous in the first place, but has coincidentally been the downfall of his entire career. October 7th is now 7 months ago, but even to today, it's all people talk about. As shocking as Dog is what he's most known for, not his cunning political commentary, not coming in second place next to the Roach King, but just the guy that probably electrocuted his pooch and kept making up progressively worse stories that kept getting debunked, then refreshing the controversy for over half a year now. And as his career fizzles out, all that political clout he so desperately clung to has now run out, as some people want him to use his connections to New York City Mayor Mamdani.
Well, you might need Zoran Magic for this one? Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah. I don't think Zoran Mamdani is going to be doing that anytime soon, because I'm not a concerning incident that took place.
But Mamdani's preoccupied doing Twitch streams in which he gets spammed with male-on-male adult chat. Meanwhile, his subways are flooded. The streets are flooded with literal garbage, and you can't escape by airplane as they're blocked by Palestinian activists, with the streets literally looking like the worst part of a third world country, where machete attacks take place in broad daylight on scooters as their socialist mayor begs for more of their money.
We cannot close this deficit with savings alone. We need new revenue, and we need a structural reset in our relationship with the state, and to call on Albany to deliver additional revenue.
I think this is gonna haunt Hassan for quite some time. Even if he slithers out of this, the lawyer fees alone will likely hurt him. As sadly, even if he's forced to register as a foreign agent, it's not like his audience would turn against him. I honestly think if he came out as a Chinese agent, his fans wouldn't flinch. It would just grant him more credibility being an actual communist instead of just role-playing one in his $1 million mansion. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, hopefully this one-man operation has earned your subscription and you'll subscribe to Decoy.
Last one! Last one! Shit! We're down one! Laying down covering fire! I got you! Go! Go! I got you covered! Advancing. I'll cover you. I'm pushing. One of ours just got put down. Pushing. Here we go. Holy shit! They just killed him! I'll keep him occupied. Go ahead. I'll cover you. Here we go! They got your cousin! I got you! Go! Go! I'll cover you. I'll keep him occupied. Go ahead. Laying down covering fire. Someone wants to toss. Moving up. Last one. I'm pushing. Oh shit! I'm hit. Go ahead. Special delivery. Dancing. Dancing. Cutters, low life. Down over here, to the head. What's going down? Not a problem.
grabbing the data now? Oh, not getting much. Most of it's encrypted. From what little I can see, there should be a way to unscramble it nearby. See if you can locate a terminal to help unlock this data.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Please visit. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been
Careful, I lost him. We got trouble. Shit, we're under attack.
Okay, grabbing the data now. Oh, not getting much. Most of it's encrypted. While little I can see, there should be a way to unscramble it nearby. See if you can locate a terminal to help unlock this data.
got it! What the hell? My sights off! Oh, damn! We're getting hit! What's going down? Where the hell did it go? The day just got interesting. Go! Go! The day just got interesting. got you covered. Okay, let's do this. Go, go, I got you back. I got you covered. I'll cover you. I got you. Go, go. Go, go, I got you back. I'll cover you. Guess we're fine. I got you covered. I've got you covered. Go, go, I got you back. I've got you covered. I got you covered. Go, go, I got you back. Someone wants to tussle. I'll cover you. Someone got knocked. Today just got interesting. I'll cover you. Take it easy. Got you covered. We're taking casualties. We got trouble. Someone wants to toss. What's going down? I got you covered. I'll cover you. Go, go, I got you back. Go, go, I got you back. I'll cover you. I got you covered. I'll cover you. It's going down.
Okay, got another data packet. Good. Shouldn't be much longer to track them all down. objective will be to gather all of the data, along with a decryption key. Guess they made the one-time use for security, but I imagine enough high-ranking member of the organization should be carrying one. Authorized to use lethal force to secure it and the decryption key. So, roll out and search the rest of this facility, along with the ship and the neighboring base.
It's about to pop off. Yeah, you owe me though. Okay. Go, go! Moving forward. We're under attack! Pushing up. Okay, let's do this. Ah! You got it. We lost one. You got it. You owe me though. Not a problem. Yeah, you owe me though. Yeah, I got ya. Yeah, I got ya. Guess we're fighting.
Let's see if we can't say hello to the sicko who did this. Bastard probably couldn't have gone far.
Control to look into it. Yeah, I'll get to the bottom. Can't stay here. Start searching. Can't let you other people get away.
Access granted.
Good. That's the final piece of data we needed. Time to decrypt them at the terminal and get them uploaded to the Intersect servers.
But there's also not love too, you know. And and you've been doing this since you published your email address on your comic strips, right? So you started getting all the feedback from everybody in mass, right? Can you hear me all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So so I just wanted to point that out that you know, like you said that we're Scott's debris. And God is looking at, he's plotted himself so to look at himself. I feel like I'm looking at a little bit of an experience of you through this. So thank you for that.
Oh, that's great.
The locals chat was streaming. They love this. They love this. It's great. It's great. It's well organized. We love it. We love it. And we love you.
Just an update on me. You can tell I'm getting weaker and weaker. I've been told that the way I'll know how much time I have left is by how tired I am and how much pain I'm in, basically.
fine, everyone. Time you did this. What the hell happened?
Gonna see what I can find.
Time's are wasted. Let's go.
That's no good.
the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility. Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again. Goodbye. Vehicle selected. Please visit us again. Goodbye.